The Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners is now in order. Are there any members of the public here who would like to make a public comment?
I guess that would be us.
Oh, no, not you guys.
I'm not that.
Seeing no one in the room, is there anyone online?
If you are online and would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand. I do have Michael Douglas would like to provide a comment.
Mr. Douglas is actually the attorney for Mr. Ginsburg, so I imagine he's notifying us that he's here.
Okay.
He should be brought over when that portion of the meeting starts.
Okay.
He'll have an opportunity to address, of course, any concerns on behalf of Mr. Ginsburg at that time.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, all of our meetings start with public comment. And it could be anything.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, animal shelter to whatever, but not this hearing.
3 minutes goes by.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and the Board of County Commissioners is now moving to serve as the Board of Health. And we are here for the Board of Health to consider an order declaring Raspberry Hot Springs at 899 Chinook Road in Idaho Springs, parcel number 183-515-300-627, a public health nuisance under Colorado Revised Statutes 25-1-518, and ordering the owner and operator to cease and desist the nuisance. This hearing is not an appeal of the violations noted in the notice of violations issued in 7/9/26, and it is not to discuss other potential issues that do not relate directly to our duty to investigate and abate public health nuisances. I'm requesting that everyone to be thoughtful today and keep testimony limited to that which is relevant for the hearing topic. We have a lot of information to go through today. We ask that everyone be respectful of the board's process. Please do not interrupt or be disruptive in any way. If anyone is disruptive, they will be given a warning or may be asked to leave. We take our duties seriously, and it is important that the hearing process reflect that. The procedures. Public health staff will present case number COD 26-027 to the board for our consideration. Staff's presentation will be about 20 minutes. Next, the property owner, Alexander Ginsburg, and the operator, One Earth LLC, through its owner, Alexander Ginsburg, will be given the opportunity to respond to the points raised in public health's case. The owner operator will have about 20 minutes to respond to the points. The board will then take public testimony on the matter. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. HOAs and other community organizations may have up to 10 minutes to speak. The board is listening, and we will have a lot of material to get through this afternoon. When it is your turn to speak, you do not need to repeat what a previous speaker has said. Rather, please just indicate you agree with whatever points were made that you agree with. When everyone has had a chance to speak, we will close public testimony. After that, it's time for the board's decision-making process. The board may ask questions at any time. Once the board feels as though it has the necessary information to make its decision, members of the board will discuss the case amongst ourselves. Once the board is ready to make a motion, it will do so and then vote on a decision. If the board decides that there is a public health nuisance on the property at 899 Chinook Road, the board will sign the order today and provide a copy to the owner operator. Thank you. Attorney Parker, would you like to begin?
I would, thank you. And I think Megan's going to bring up a slideshow for us. If wants to cooperate, I will. That is all right. So I have a couple of administrative matters I can take care of while you're getting that set up. I noticed a typo in the notice of violations and notice of hearing that was provided. Mr. Ginsburg, the typo is that the case number had a little transposition in it. It said COD 25072, should have said COD 26072. It should have said COD 26027. And then I've provided documents to the deputy clerk to the board, which she's passed out to everybody present today. And those are the draft resolution, which wasn't provided in your packet. Still, we're working on that. That resolution number is BOH-26-03. A little cheat sheet for everybody just called BOH Board of Health Duties and Questions, which we'll talk about. There is an updated draft of the public health or the cease and desist order, and then a final version of it for our discussion. And I'll go through the differences there from what was originally in the packet. And then there's a copy of the presentation that's up on the screen with space for notes, just to make it easy for everyone to remember their thoughts if they have questions for later. There is a copy of the consent decree that was entered into with the Division of Water Resources and made an order of the court in a water case that Mr. Ginsburg was a part of. And then there is an email from Mr. Ginsburg from July 9th. Board of Health, I am Kathy Parker. I'm an assistant county attorney here for Clear Creek County. And then I'm here today on behalf of Clear Creek County Public and Environmental Health.
If I could just interrupt, sorry to
Please.
ruin the flow.
No,
I just want to confirm, because these documents were handed out and they were given to the board, they are all in the packet except for the resolution itself. Am I correct?
resolution is actually in there too.
In this packet, but
Correct.
online it's not.
Correct. These were handed
Okay,
out.
should I hand this to Mr. Ginsburg so he has a copy?
He has a copy.
Oh.
He gave him a packet, and she gave a packet to each of the board members.
Awesome. I did not see that.
No,
I
yeah,
was
that's
not
what-
sure.
That's
Thank
what He
you.
was working out.
Apologies.
No
Just want to
sweat.
make sure the record's clear.
No,
Thanks.
just want to introduce with me today is Gary Haig. He is the environmental health manager who inspected the subject property. So I'm going to start today with a few formalities. Clear Creek County Public and Environmental Health, or I'm going to shorten that to Public Health, and you get advanced slides if you're ready, is a county health department. It is governed by the Board of County Commissioners, which has designated itself as the Board of Health. That's pursuant to CRS section 25-1-5082C. The executive director is Dr. Tim Ryan, and that's pursuant to CRS 25-1-509. And Mr. Ryan couldn't be here today. He had some prior commitments, and the hearing happened pretty fast. So, but together, public health, its staff, its director, and the Board of Health comprise a local public health agency as set forth in 25-1-5061. The case before you today is COD 26027. The purpose of the hearing is for this board to determine whether conditions on the property that is owned by Mr. Ginsburg and involving the business of Raspberry Hot Springs owned by Earth One LLC constitute a public health nuisance. Staff believes that it meets that threshold for a public health nuisance pursuant to CRS 25-1-518. So we're gonna do our best to be brief today, but there's a ton of information. And I know this board has reviewed the agenda memo and its attachments, and those are all a part of the record of the proceedings today. So we're gonna try to add to that information instead of just repeating it. So our purpose here today, up on this slide, you'll see the questions for the board. It's for the board to consider these two questions. So first, does the board find that the conditions on the subject property involving the use of Raspberry Hot Springs as a regulated pool, or is anything other than a private pool as defined in the draft order, are a public health nuisance? And then if the board finds that it does constitute a public health nuisance, the next question is the proposed cease and desist order sufficient to ensure? So I'm going to provide you now with a roadmap of staff's presentation, just to orient us and to tell you what you're about to hear. So first, I'm going to provide the board with, and you can forward, Megan, please. I'm going to provide the board with the context of this proceeding. So first, I'm going to discuss the Board of Health's roles and duties. I'll briefly explain the policy purposes of public health laws, and particularly the policy purposes of the nuisance abatement process. And then I want to talk about a little bit about why it's different than other regulatory processes. And then we'll discuss the board's statutory enforcement authority related to public health nuisances. And then next slide. So afterward, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Haig. He conducted the inspection of the pool on behalf of public health. And then, so first Gary's going to go over his credentials, and then he's going to provide details about the conditions he observed on the property and the resulting risks of injury and hazards to the public health that we believe constitute a public health nuisance. And next slide. And if this board agrees, then under Colorado law, the Board of Health has a duty to ensure that the conditions are abated to protect the public health. Because the statute doesn't provide a whole lot by way of guidance for what a public health nuisance is, I'm going to briefly review what the law says and then provide some questions for this board to consider in its analysis. And that's also on the cheat sheet that I gave you. And then slide number 7, I think. So then we're going to talk about abatement. Well, first we're going to talk about what the draft order, we'll talk about it and what it does. And then if this board finds that a public health nuisance exists, then the other question for you is to make sure that this order is sufficient to ensure abatement. At any time, Gary and I are happy to answer your questions. I don't want them to get lost. And so if it's better for you to interrupt us, please feel free to do so. We want to make sure you have all the information you need to make a decision today. Or if you'd like to wait, that's fine too. We can do it at the end or some mix of the above. But if you're ready for me to proceed, then move on to the first topic. Okay. So your Board of Health's roles and duties. So state and local boards of health play some key roles in communities that they protect. And some aspects of that relate to the board's policy direction over the public health department or ensuring that the budgeting is sufficient to provide services. But another critical role of the board involves its duties to protect the health of the community. And the General Assembly, we're on the next slide. General Assembly, the state of Colorado assigned these duties to ensure protection of community health statewide. It mandated the creation of all boards of health, and it assigned the board special duties to ensure that the health needs of the communities that they're in were prioritized and addressed. The functions of the Board of Health are very targeted. As an example, boards of county commissioners are authorized to regulate the uses and development of land. So a different role of the Board of Commissioners, wearing a different hat. But, and that has a health and safety component, such as requiring compliance with building codes or the wildfire resiliency code. Land use laws authorize county commissioners to protect other values, more related to ensuring that development is orderly and cohesive so that one party doesn't develop in a way that has unmitigated impacts on other community members. In those types of reviews, a Board of County Commissioners takes a comprehensive look that is often very time consuming. And the process there is directed toward a balance of property rights and in achieving the community's aspirational vision for its future. But the Board of Health, it is much more mission focused. And that mission is to protect the functioning of the community from public health risks. The Board of Health's mission involves things like preventing disease outbreaks and safeguarding vulnerable populations. And it is focused on creating a safe and equitable society that prioritizes and protects human life. So as a policy matter, the General Assembly has elevated protecting the health and the lives of the public as a whole over merely ensuring that development is well thought out. The nuisance abatement process is a good example of this. It's a very expedited review compared with a land use process, for example. So when it's necessary, protecting the public health as a whole is prioritized over an individual's rights. You'll remember the public health orders, for example, that we saw during COVID that limited individuals' rights in order to protect the community from the spread of illness. So the purpose of the abatement process is fast action. And I think in here.
Sorry.
Now you're good. One more, 2 ahead, I think.
Okay.
So the General Assembly recognized that through the public health laws that it's critical.
11.
two more ahead.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you.
General Assembly, excuse me, General Assembly has recognized that through the public health laws, that it is critical for the Board of Health to be able to move quickly to address significant hazards to public health. And the nuisance investigation and abatement process is an essential tool for boards of health to be able to act quickly within hours to days to stop a public health threat. The nuisance process allows the board to act quickly, and it does not specify any timeframes or any specific requirements for notice to the property owner before an order is issued by this board. The law establishes a duty for the board to investigate, and if there's a nuisance, the board must issue an order to ensure abatement. And so once that happens, the law gives the order or the owner 24 hours to abate that nuisance. And if they don't, the board is authorized to abate for them. So next slide. So unlawful acts. So in addition to the board's authority to go and abate a nuisance proactively, it is unlawful to violate a public health order. It is also unlawful to have a nuisance and to fail to remove it within 48 hours of the board's order to do so. So this arrangement is designed to stop in its tracks serious risks of injury to the health of the public very, very quickly. And this aligns with the board's statutory duties to protect the public health. The board acts quickly when the public is at a significant but preventable risk of injury. And so that brings us to the issues in the present case. We're here for this public health nuisance hearing because staff believes that this process is necessary to discharge this board's duty to protect public health. And I want to acknowledge this case has moved very quickly. Staff received an inquiry from an anonymous individual's attorney back in June that asked whether the county had received any public health complaints about water quality at what is known as Raspberry Hot Springs. Afterwards, staff then contacted CDPHE to discuss the issue, discuss their interpretation of the regulations and potential enforcement. They walked us through their interpretation, enforcement matters with them, and Gary was up there to inspect within 2 days. The commissioners' meetings where the Board of Health also convenes, they only occur twice a month. And the last meeting was on the day of the inspection, so we couldn't hold the hearing then. But staff felt that waiting for your meeting next week was an unacceptable risk to the public health. And so we knew the board had time blocked for today for a special meeting, and we prepared notice of the violation and a notice of hearing. We provided the owner and operator with 6 days of notice for the proceedings today, which is more than the statute directs, it's just silent. We sent certified letters to the owner and operator, and then we sent an email to the owner and to his attorneys on Thursday, all on Thursday, July 9th, to ensure that he had an opportunity to come here today and to respond. And the owner's attorney acknowledged that the notice was received on the same day that we sent it, and the owner is here. So this is the slide for this part of so don't track forward yet.
Sorry,
No, you're good, right where you're at. No, yeah, right there. So I just want to point you to the language on this slide. And I noticed today that the owner operator updated their website. They've done that several times or a few times over the last few days. But I caught this screenshot either last night very late or this morning very early, and I wanted you to be able to see it. You can see the URL for where that was. But I want to point you to that last line. Each soak is exclusive and private to each reservation. You don't share the water with anyone outside your group. Gary will address that. But the goal with this process is to prevent people from being exposed to the risks involved with this pool. That risk is not small. I looked at the owner operator's website last night at availability for October 26th. The pool is rented to up to 10 groups a day. Those groups may be of up to 8 people each. That is 80 people per day. And it is, the owner told us that he rents the pool for up to 5 days a week. That is a maximum of 400 people per week. We don't know exactly how many people because the owner did not make any records available to us of the operations of the pool. So the owner's lack of controls, and again, no records, but we do have representations of the owner from the time that Gary performed the inspection, and that's all on body cam. It puts a very significant number of members of the public at risk. And some of the concerns involve the design of the public areas of the pool. I think, but the most pressing concerns are the lack of handrails at the pool. The gravest issues involve the lack of sanitation protocols and the risk of pool users unnecessarily becoming sick with communicable diseases. That situation is preventable. So next slide, and I'm going to now turn it over to Gary. He's going to discuss his credentials, specifics that he observed, and the associated risks.
My name is Gary Haig. I'm the Environmental Health Manager for Clear Creek County Environmental Public Health. I hold a bachelor's degree in environmental health, which was a double major in chemistry and biology, 26 credits in chemistry, 24 in biology, plus my related core courses in environmental health, such as air quality, water quality, toxicology, parasitology, solid hazardous waste, epidemiology. So just for a brief list there. I have worked for local health departments for going on 35 years. And one of my responsibilities when working for some of the previous agencies in my employment history was inspecting swimming pools and hot tubs. To be frank, contaminated water is one of the number one source of bacterial, viral, and parasitic disease transmissions throughout the world. What I saw at Raspberry Hot Springs, and I don't mean to be condescending or sarcastic, but several key elements were missing and did not even come close to a properly designed, approved commercial pool setup. Numerous items are not in compliance with state pool regulations under the subject headings of design and sanitation. Items include, but are not limited to the following. Under design, lack of proper disinfection equipment. Disinfectants are applied manually instead of via required automated, metered, and controlled chemical feeders. Circulation. Spa circulation is around 2.5 hours, but is required to have a minimum turnover rate of 0.5 hours. Potable water to make up water for the pool is introduced by a hose from a cistern instead of through an approved designed components. Safety. The deck area is non-slip. It is just basically the stone. No handrails are provided along the steps going into the pool. The outdoor pool is operated at night without required lighting. Pool fencing is not provided. No emergency shutdown system button is provided. Proper public facilities. Conforming dressing rooms or lockers for both genders are not provided.
You shot forward, Megan. Sorry.
Shower facilities for both genders are not provided. Other than an unpermitted illegal outdoor privy, no toilets are provided. Under general sanitation, disinfection, chlorinated hypochlorite is not dispensed in accordance with state regulations. Disinfection is done manually by instinct when adjusting to the different number of bather loads as per the owner's wife admissions. Regulations strictly prohibit manually administering of chemicals. As per the above, the pool is not continuously disinfected. This leads to the possible waterborne disease exposure to the public with the following diseases. Legionella, also known as Legionnaire's disease. E. coli, Cryptosporidium, which is possessed with a tough outer cellular wall, making it resistant to disinfectants if the disinfectant is not continuously and correctly applied and monitored. This is also the agent of folliculitis and swimmer's ear. Pseudomonas, the agent of very painful urinary tract infections. And Cyclospora, the agent of cyclosporiasis, a severe intestinal disease which is currently implicated with outbreaks in 31 states. No one on the premises is a certified pool operator. Sources of sick, filth, and injury. Due to the lack of continuous chlorination, should an explosive diarrhea event occur, the pool water would be overwhelmed with fecal coliform and other bacterial and viral pathogens. Bather control does not meet minimum state pool regulatory standards. Bathers are not required to shower before entering the pool. This showering reduces the risk of pathogens from entering the pool from unclean customers.
Can you please track forward? Thank you.
Persons with exposed subepidermal tissues, cuts, or known or recognizable contagious diseases are not barred from pools. Adequate waste disposal is not provided. There is no sanitary sewer or other sanitary system used serving the pool. Used wastewater from the pool is emptied onto the ground during the water changes. This also constitutes an unlawfully gray water and or discharge in violation of the Gray Water Regulation Control Act codified at 5 CCR 1002-86, informally known as Reg 86. Neither Clear Creek County nor Clear Creek County Public Health has a gray water program. Regardless, Regulation 86 prohibits the discharging of chemical-laden pool water directly onto the ground. Adequate disease control is not provided. Rules do not prohibit persons with communicable diseases from using the pool. And that, I closed the board with my findings on the inspection.
I want to just add a couple things that Gary and I discussed, that the owner operator changes the water of that pool 3 times a year. And that we did conduct water quality testing. We have not gotten the results back yet. And the owner did tell us that he and his wife were on their honeymoon, and the pool had been closed. Gary mentioned that the pool level of the water in the pool reflected that. So we don't know what the water quality is like when bathers are in it, because we haven't had a chance to test that. But to go ahead and track that, please. So to reorient us here, this board is considering whether the conditions on the subject property involving the business of Raspberry Hot Springs is a public health nuisance under CRS 25-1518. If you find that it is, the board has a duty to ensure the nuisance is abated. And today's order would require the owner operator and all other persons, and that means staff, that also means visitors to the pool, members of the public, to cease and desist the nuisance. So the term nuisance is not defined in the public health statutes, but we do have a common law nuisance, some cases where that is defined, and that's defined as the doing or the failure to do something that injuriously affects the safety, health, or morals of the public and works to some substantial annoyance, inconvenience, or injury to the public. So this isn't a common law nuisance case, but I think you can take that, kind of think about it in terms of the public health, and it's pretty reasonable for the term nuisance. And then the term public health, it is defined, and then that's in 25-1-5025 of the Colorado revised statutes. So public health is defined as the prevention of injury, disease, and premature mortality, the promotion of health in the community, and the response to public and environmental health needs and emergencies. And I think we're ready for slide 18. So based on these duties and terms, I've put together these suggested questions for the board to consider about, to determine whether the current use and conditions on the subject property rise to the level of a public health nuisance. None of these, I won't repeat them. You can see them. They're on a piece of paper in front of you, but none of the questions here is dispositive. Really, the statute just says that if it's in the board's opinion that it's a public health nuisance, then the board has a duty to order abatement.
Okay. Just for the record, you have gone over your 20 minutes.
Okay.
We will give the owner operator the same amount of time. So please finish what you need to.
Sure, thank you. And Megan, we're ready for the next slide. So we'll talk about the draft order here. The order declares the conditions on the subject property involving the use of Raspberry Hot Springs as a regulated pool, as defined in the order, or anything other than a private pool, are a public health nuisance that injuriously risks public health, safety, and welfare and subjects the public to an unacceptable risk of injury and disease. And the board, in the order, further declares that the public health nuisance must be abated by ceasing and desisting it. This process is not to enforce the swimming pool and mineral bass regulations, 5 CCR 1003-5. That's kind of a separate action by the county. By public health, but the terminology in the regulations is concrete and it's more precise than just saying the conditions. And so we thought we would rely on it because it's clear. It tells the owner and operator, and it tells all members of the public what is and what is not allowed on the property. So under the order, a regulated pool is any pool that is subject to regulation under the swimming pool and mineral bass regulations. Essentially any pool where the public is allowed. And CDPHE helped us confirm that Raspberry Hot Springs, the way that it's been operated, is such a pool. And then a private pool, drink of water, is any pool that's constructed in connection with or pertinent to a single family dwelling, used solely by the persons maintaining their residence within the dwelling and the guests of such persons. So the difference, a private pool is for your personal use, period. If your friends are coming over to visit you as a private residence, they can use your hot tub. It is limited to essentially the definition in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. A guest is a person entertained in one's home. These are people there to visit the owners, not people there to use the pool solely. And it doesn't mean something like a hotel guest. Guest doesn't mean something like the member of a club or a guest speaker at a conference or a musical guest on a talk show. We discussed what is not a private pool with CDPHE as well. And their take, and we agree, is that allowing the public to use the pool through any means violates this order. And that includes allowing members of the public to reserve private soaks. It includes setting up a membership system like a gym where somebody purchases a membership and then they could come use your pool. It includes, it doesn't matter if money changes hands. If it's available to the public, even if it's the public who are over 21, it is a regulated pool and the use of a regulated pool is prohibited. So go ahead, next order or next slide. So the order, go back. There you go. The order here, it applies to all persons. That includes the owner and the operator, any of their agents or staff, and then members of the public as well are ordered to cease and desist the conditions on the subject property that involve the use of Raspberry Hot Springs as a regulated pool. Only use the pool and their associated components. That includes the illegal vault outhouse that has just been constructed on the property. It includes the sauna that's being used as dressing rooms, all of those things on the subject property. The only use allowed is as a private pool. And we made a few changes to the draft order after we published the agenda packet. In this case, I've provided you with an updated draft on paper, and Mr. Ginsburg has that as well. That one's an unmarked draft. There's a final version there. That one's really the one for signature, but I wanted you to be able to see it. And I will talk about the changes here. Oh, no, wait, here they are. So the new language here is it requires full abatement by the owner within 24 hours of the issuance of the order. And that's the statutory time frame. It's mandatory and there's no wiggle room there. Just that is the time. And then we are requiring as part of the order, this order would require it to be posted at the entrance to Raspberry Hot Springs to the parking area and visible to all persons entering the property and in a location that's visible from the pool in a conspicuous location. And those signs must not be removed unless or until authorization is provided by the board. So that I want to point out, the order also applies to members of the public who use the pool. So we would provide anyone upon inspection that we find in the pool with a copy of the order, and we would give them time to gather their belongings and leave before we enforced it against them. Because it's only a violation if members of the public knowingly violate the order. So we don't think many members of the public would want to violate this order if they knew the reasons behind it. So we want to give them the chance to comply. And then go ahead to the map. This is also from Mr. Ginsburg's website. And just wanted to show you where those locations were. You can see the entrance, the pool, and then somewhere visible from, or the entrance to the property, the parking area for the pool, separate from his private residence, and then up by the spring, visible from the pool. I'll go ahead and move forward one. So back to those questions for you. Number one, does the board find that pursuant to CRS 25-1518 that the conditions on the subject property involving the use of Raspberry Hot Springs as a regulated pool or anything other than a private pool, each as are defined in the order, are a public health nuisance that injuriously risks the public health, safety, and welfare? It subjects the public to an unacceptable risk of injury and disease. And then question number two, if the answer to number one is a yes, the question number two is, do you find that the proposed cease and desist order is sufficient to ensure abatement of the public health nuisance? And then go ahead and track forward one. This is a nice little add-on from the last couple hours. So I want to emphasize here the nature of this moving target. So this was, staff noticed this at about 9:30 this morning. And then Mr. Ginsburg followed up with Gary and pointed that out shortly thereafter, that they have closed their reservations page to discuss that they are undergoing reservations here required by the state regs. I would also point out that you can still get into the reservations page from a Google page, which if you wanted to see that, Megan has it. I don't know if that's necessary. I'll leave that up to you. But regardless of what the website says at any given time, this has been a difficult case to try to pin down. And here's an example. So Gary inspected on June 23rd because we've received a complaint about an illegal pit privy up there. And so he went up on, and that, that was a kind of a separate inspection from the most recent one on July 9th. He found a pit outhouse that was illegally constructed. When he went up again on, I guess it wasn't the 9th, it was July 7th. The pit outhouse appeared to be in the process of being decommissioned. So we were kind of happy about that. But then we also thought, well, now he's going to be operating with no restrooms up there. And that seemed kind of urgent. But then Mr. Ginsburg gave us a notification in an email that's in your packet on July 9th that he actually had changed to an illegal vault outhouse without getting permits from public health. And I just want the board to understand here that regardless of what the website says, this order is still necessary. The website being changed today could be changed back this afternoon or tomorrow. The order makes this shutdown enforceable very, very quickly. And then I want to also point you the Division of Water Resources, the consent decree. If you have any questions about the nature of how difficult it has been for agencies to enforce their regulations against Mr. Ginsburg, that consent decree is a great example. It was that it details the enforcement efforts that took place over a couple of years in trying to get him to stop stealing water from his well and from either a small drainage or spring on the property that he was pumping into his pool, heating, and calling it a natural hot springs. And now that consent decree requires him to truck in water from Idaho Springs, which is how he fills the pool now. And next slide, and we are done. Just want to give you guys a chance, give the board a chance to ask us any questions you might have. And I know you know our recommendation, and but we're happy to answer anything that you might need clarified.
Thank you. I think my preference is to hear both presentations and then ask questions then. Colleagues.
That makes sense. Judy? Yep, agreed. Okay.
Can you let me know
Ginsburg.
how many minutes I would have? So I
Yes.
can time my
You
response?
have 30 minutes.
30 minutes, thank you. Would it be possible to use the bathroom before I start?
Absolutely.
I really appreciate that.
We will be on recess for 10 minutes.
5.
5 minutes?
Yeah, less than 10.
Okay. Thank you. Wait.
There we go.
The Berry Creek Board of Health is back in session. And my colleague noted that Attorney Parker actually is 31 minutes, so you will have 31 as well.
Thank you. All right, well, what we just heard was a skeleton of the truth and findings of fact. There's so many things. Let's start with let me start with for something fluffy and nice first. We did close and do intend to stay closed until all of the items in the list have been sufficiently addressed to meet the requirements of the state and the county. However, you'll see going through our document, which you can print, this is just a draft, it's not a final by any means, but of the violations, there are, as of this time next week, the only violations left would be shower and fence around the pool, which is very important because wildlife, the reason that code exists, because wildlife can go through, children can go through, so the fence mesh has to be 4 inches or less. There are regulations for the fence, et cetera. So I just want to point out, let's start with the health inspection. Now, the health inspection was so rushed that there are just, let's start with the worst. Well, so let's start where he left off. Discharge of water, Rule 86, that's correct. Clear Creek County does not have a gray water program or follow Rule 86. Therefore, discharge of pools falls under the Clean Air Act, but more specifically, Colorado's version, which is the low risk discharge guidance. Discharges for pools, fountains, and other similar type facilities that are fed solely by potable water, originally issued June 2008, revised January 2015. There are various low risk discharge papers, so it's important to make sure you're referencing the one with that title. And what that says is that chlorine or bromine or any sort of disinfectant chemicals have to be completely neutralized to a non-detectable level by standard pool equipment before the water is discharged. And as long as it's not going into a water stream or lake, it can be discharged onto the landscaping as long as it's not causing erosion, but it cannot be reused for any purpose, like plants or anything. It just needs to be discharged and spread as well as possible. Starting with that. Secondly, there are of the listed violations, they kind of broadly fall into a few categories, which include correct and need to be addressed. Two, partially true, such as the railings. We actually have 50 feet of railings, 6 different handrails in different places. They are correct. The only railings missing are the railings that are the 2 that go into the pool from the pool's underwater entry steps. The requirement for that is that they are 36 to 38 inches long and that the bottom of the railing is within 12 inches of the water surface. And also being a metal railing, it's required to connect to the grounding that surrounds the perimeter of the pool with solid copper number 4 AWG, which I also sent proof of to David at the building department. We sent him pictures of actually 270 construction pictures of the pool. He said the only reason he couldn't approve it as a residential permitted pool is that there's an open violation and nothing can be permitted, which puts us in sort of a Kafka-esque catch-22 because we cannot resolve the problems if there's an open violation. If there's an open violation, we're not allowed to permit a resolution to the problems. So that needs to be addressed at some point. Moving on, when Gary talked about all these things, first of all, let's talk about the turnover rate. The turnover rate that Gary suggested would actually be a threat to public health. If you ran a 54-gallon, 100-gallon pool at a half-hour turnover rate, it would, there's 5 forms of entrapment we learned about in the certified pool operators course, which by the way, take my final exam tomorrow. I have a certificate proving I passed my semifinal 97 out of 100. As soon as I got this notice, I finished my lecture hours, got my initial certificate. I take my final tomorrow. I'll be a CPO tomorrow. When you take a 5,400-gallon pool and run it at a half-hour turnover rate, which is only designed for spas of 1,000 gallons or less, in a pool that would cause at least 4 of the 5 forms of entrapment, which are the suction would be so strong that it would pull the hair, limbs, it would eviscerate people. That's one of the forms of entrapment. That's the removal of organs, specifically intestines, as you would get sucked to the floor drain and pulled out. If you want to verify the MAHC, which is the sister code, it's mentioned in 1003-5 in the opening paragraph. If you go to the MAHC website, search for turnover rate compliance. It has a very simple compliance calculator that you can use. You just put in the pool's number of gallons. You put in the gallons per minute range of the pump, and it gives you a compliance by state. For ours, it says it should be, and that puts it at 2.5 hours, but the rule is no more, which is compliant. Anything up to 6 hours for a pool-sized body of water is the rule. It cannot be more than a 6-hour turnover rate, a half-hour turnover rate. So to suggest this, while he is qualified in all of those, trainings that he's had, and by the way, I'm not a pool certification. I have a bachelor's from Emory University, and I'm the black sheep of my family and even my wife, who's starting a PhD program next year. And by the way, she's not an operator. She was just covering for me while I was sick. She doesn't care. She just wants to do her PhD. She is not the part. She's just temporary employee covering for me. I taught her everything I could. But that is absolutely just one example of the rushed job and inaccurate reporting. Secondly, we can look at chlorination, and just want to state something from the code here. Nowhere does it say, and by the way, we are copacetic to your preference, and we have already purchased and can provide the receipt of an automatic chlorine feeder that tests ORP, which is free chlorine, tested in millivolts, as a streaming.
If I could just ask the chair to ask the person testifying to direct comments directly to the board.
Oh, yes,
Of course.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
No problem.
We went ahead and bought the preferred equipment that he suggested. However, I just want to point out that according to the code, nowhere does it specifically say that's not how chlorine works. Chlorine leaves a residual. So after you enter it manually, it is not by intuition, it is by, and I know I'm not supposed to repeat, but we do it by diagnostics. We use a $200 Taylor 20C-2006 C or K-2006C Taylor testing kit. This is not a consumer level kit. It is professional grade. You have to do titrations. It takes several steps. It's self-calibrated using droppers. So there's no way to have the equipment be out of calibration. It takes ability to use. That's why I fired all employees. She passed chemistry 2 with an A. She can handle it. But it is not simple. And that is a standard professional grade equipment. We've been sanitizing the pool since day one. I did find my logbook when he came to my house with zero notice. I was asleep. I had pneumonia. I was sitting on a couch. I said to let them in anyway, just bring them in my bedroom/living room. I don't have the logbook here. It's somewhere by the pump house. I couldn't even walk 20 feet with an oxygen tank that day. There was no way I could go locate it for him. We have records of our sanitation chemical purchases from our wholesaler going all the way back to the beginning. We have pictures of the pool's crystal clear blue water every single day. We've been open, or almost every single day, going back years, which is the absolute proof that water is being sanitized correctly. There's never been a test taken during business hours. There's never the sample that they took as the county attorney dictated by cell phone to the inspector, which is a huge red flag. He said, should I take this? They're on the honeymoon. It's a little weird taking a sample. They've been closed. She said, take the sample anyway. That's not normal to direct an inspector how to do his inspection. Anyway, back to that later. The chlorine, let me get to the rule here. That section 4.3 of the same chlorination rules. If you go to section, let's see, here, 4.3. It's right of entry, let's see. Here. Here we go. Regulation 4.7.3. So he quoted regulation 4.7 that talked about, doesn't say manual is not allowed. It just says it should be perpetually dispensed. There should always be a measurable amount of residual chlorine. Section 4.3 says other disinfecting equipment or materials may be used if they have been adequately demonstrated in the Colorado Department of Public Health or its authorized agents to provide a satisfactory residual effect, which is easily measured, or where demonstration and analysis provide assurance that results are otherwise equally effective, and so on. And so I was never given this chance to demonstrate that our method, the reason we used to use tablets, which dispensed automatically, but when I had less competent employees, that led to complacency in testing. Whereas if you are using a granulated chlorine, you have to test and make sure that your levels are being maintained adequately. And otherwise the water goes bad and you're fired. Speaking of which, we have no problem shutting down. We've shut down, we've had, there was that huge flood rainstorm last year, took a couple roofs out in our neighborhood. The acid rain got into the pool water. We shut down for almost a week. Reset the water. By the way, it is normal to do a full reset as long as the water is balanced, which is managed by the Langolier saturation index, which measures temperature, calcium hardness, everything but chlorine, basically. Temperature, calcium hardness, alkalinity, and pH, but not chlorine. That is your water balance before chlorine. If you do that saturation index, punch all the numbers into the factors except for pH, which does not get factored. You add all of them up, subtract it from the total dissolved solids. That gives you a number. If that number is 1,500 or higher, you need to replace the water. If you don't, you don't need to. If you do the standard calculation for pool water full replacement, it's every 3 to 4 months for our gallons usage if it's maintained correctly, which it is. So we were never given a chance. They never tested the water. They have but look, we just want to demonstrate that to show that we have been operating it responsibly. However, we do agree to cease and desist. We have, but after we go through all of these, all that's left is showers and a fence. And I can continue on through these. I know this isn't the venue to go through all of them, but I wanted to state that. I also want to state that if there's a vote, I know that with the Board of Adjustment, which I had to use once when building my home from the ground up, Clear Creek County passed all 40 state and county inspections. I do not believe laws don't apply to me. I have been screaming this code number since the day the county learned that I built it. I started building it during COVID. I actually reached out to the CDPHE. I reached out to various places. As far as voting, I don't know if this is correct, but I do feel that George should recuse himself because he was named when we gave notice of torturous interference to Kathy. The context was that for the last, since we opened, have been receiving notices of violation that would not state specific, the first one had one specific thing, which was don't park cars in the winter at the bottom of Chinook. We immediately stopped. After that, we were just told to shut down with no, just arbitrarily and capriciously shut down with no specific notice given. After 3 or 4 of those notices, the last one signed by John Butcher, we went in and we said, John, what is the violation? This just references our business, the home occupation regulations in full. He said, I don't know, I've been working here 3 days. We have to have a meeting with the attorneys. We got to the meeting with the attorney. I said, can you give me a specific reason with evidence? Kathy said, this is not court. I don't have to give you a reason or evidence. Alyssa was there. That's what we're dealing with. So this just feels like a rush, hackneyed a job to continue this crusade to spin us as some sort of, don't think the rules apply to us, business that's operating, with an imminent threat to health. Regarding the facts that, from the state, at the very beginning, when I first tapped my spring, I grew up in New York, went to college in the South, moved to Colorado. I didn't know about the doctrine of higher appropriation. So at the very beginning, when I tapped my spring, I started to use the water, and that was illegal. As I learned, I stopped. Everything was monitored. And when I finalized my well construction at the spring for the state, which was inspected and finalized in January, Will Allen, the Assistant Attorney General, said, look, I don't want to have to do this. We could come down way more heavy-handed on you, but because at the beginning you violated the rule, we technically have to charge you something. Just sign here. I said, I don't even need a lawyer. I agree. I messed up. My bad. I'm only myself to blame. If you contact Sarah Brucker, who is the Assistant State Engineer, or Michael Williams, who's the local county water commissioner, he will tell you that everything has been copacetic since then. We've been delivering our water haul receipts, and that is not a permanent process. We've been hired under Right Water Engineers, which is one of the oldest water resource management companies. Claire Vavris is our water resource manager there. And they are preparing what's called a substitute water supply plan, where we no longer need to deliver water. And then after that, that plan automatically moves into our augmentation, which they have located for us. And so then we just pay a yearly administrative fee, and we're allowed to use the spring legally for our business from that point, because it is not exempt water. We do not currently use the cistern for the water. And so if we were to currently use the cistern for the water, we would have to contact the state and say that our method of operation has changed. Regarding that, he was concerned about the hose length from the cistern. We already have an underground pipe buried from the cistern to the pump house. We've thought of these things already. It just doesn't have 4 or 5 hours of work of fittings connected at both ends, which solves 2 line items here, which is the hose bib for cleaning and for filling the pool with a shorter hose. Those are both taken care of. With 4 hours of work, we've already ordered all the signs for bather controls. We have copies in my car. I forgot to grab them. We did 14 by 18 metal signs. We had made 4 different metal signs to address all of the required bather controls. Okay, regarding the bathroom, he came and inspected and saw that the vault was not up to code. He said, if you had a vault, it would be up to code. He let me take a picture of that. I said, can I see the code? Can I copy it? It's his finger in it and watch and everything. Shows me the code and see the section about the requirements for a privy vault toilet. I built it exactly to that. I restated how our privy vault toilet meets every one of those requirements. But that's why you saw the open back on the thing. I've showed him the construction process so he could verify that it was properly buried, the right size. I sent the schematics for the vault. All of it meets code for a limited use of vault, which makes it safe. The Forest Service says that 1,500 uses equates to 100 gallons of waste in a privy vault. And I've done the calculations here. What that equates to for us is that it would have to be pumped essentially once a year for our use, because it is so low use. We do not have, never have once have we ever had 80 guests a day. Our average is 15 guests. It is 80% of our soaks, and we do not take cash. We do not take walk-ins. Every single soak is digitized. Every single metric is available for inspection. And what you will see is that 80% of our soaks are couples, 2 people. And then the last 2 soaks are slightly discounted for a group, say anything up to 1 to 8 people. It doesn't mean it's automatically 8 people. And what we found in practice is that more than half of the people are paying $600 for 2 hours for 2 people, and they're happy. And they love it, and it's beautiful. The water's clear. They're enjoying themselves. This is the best thing ever. We have more repeat business than we have new business, which is all recorded in our metrics through Stripe. Every single year, we had 30% more repeat customers. We're not open 5 days a week anymore. That was just at the beginning. We're open 4 days a week or less. Okay, where can I go from here? So you've heard about the water. So we are in full cooperation and good standing with the state water department. We are obtaining our augmentation through Brightwater Resource Management. And let's go through some more if I have any time. I do have some time. All right, let me take a breath here. Let's see. Let's go right to the top. Oh, first of all, we are not the designation of public pool is incorrect. The National Swimming Foundation says there are 6 classes of pool: A, B, C, D, F. A being competitive pools, like a YMCA competitive pool or like an Olympic pool. Public pools fall in class B. This is your town pool or your community pool. This is chapter 1 of certified pool operator training. This is the standard. A town or public pool should have allows walk-ins and has very minimal age restrictions and allows walk-ins. That it is minimally restricted. It should be referred to as a town pool or community pool. We require reservations in advance. We require people to register even what kind of tire they have in winter. If they say all season or all weather, we call them on certain days and say, you can't come. You agreed to conditional terms of coming to this property. Your tires do not meet the requirements. As we promised in the first year of the first notice violation, we wouldn't shuttle people anymore. We don't. Sucks for you if you can't make it up. You should have read the terms. So we check what kind of, we've never had, I did 7 years of Airbnb leading up to the opening of Raspberry Hot Springs with a 4.9 rating, which I can still pull up and verify for you. Never in those 7 years and never in the almost 4 years of Raspberry Hot Springs have we had a single vehicular accident, a single complaint that we are, only I complained. During Airbnb, I had people fire guns, light fires, all kinds of stuff. In fact, when the county sent 6 cops with the first notice of violation, why, I don't know. I knew all of them because they had to deal with my rambunctious Airbnb guests. I don't feel safe in my home operating an Airbnb. It's dangerous. They're going to burn my neighborhood down. Out by every metric, Raspberry Hot Springs is less impact on the community. Traffic, danger, the general adherence to maintaining a residential character of the neighborhood. I maintain the Forest Service roads in my excavator. I plow them, I maintain them, I keep them graded. The county does not maintain Redtail or Chinook, so I do 3 miles of road maintenance myself. And we close a lot. In winter, we often close half the days of the month. If there's even, we have a saying, if it's more than half white, don't go to the right, meaning don't turn on our road, we're shutting it down. It's not worth the risk, and we tell people, don't worry about, everyone gets refunded. We also tell people, if it's dangerous where you are, don't come here, we'll refund you. Don't worry about the normal policy. Safety has always been our primary concern. And we've in 13 years now, I'm sorry, 7 plus 4. So we're 11 years of business now. I've never had a single lawsuit, a single injury, a single complaint to the county from a guest. Let that sink in for a second. All right. Let's see, coming further down. By the way, because we are a semi-public pool, and that is a Class C pool. Class D pools are your float tanks. Class E pools are your therapeutic pools for doctors. Class F is like kiddie pools. Because we're a Class C pool, which means semi-public, according to this code, we are not required by. I didn't have time to put it, but there's a statute, 2024 Colorado revised statute that says semi-public pools are not required to have 2 bathrooms. They may use 1 unisex bathroom and shower. So we are not required to provide a separate bathroom and shower there. Let's see here. That's all the pools. Let's go down here. He said the deck is not a non-slip surface. Actually, yes, if it was polished, straight cut flagstone, it would be a slip surface. But it is widely, there is 1 million articles that say that rough cut, unpolished flagstone is one of the premier gold standard surfaces for an outdoor pool because of the layering of the sedimentary rock, the cleft in the rock, the uneven texture. It provides excellent grip. It absorbs water, keeping water from pooling up. It is just widely known, and I've included 4 website references. You can find 1,000 more. I dare you to try to find anywhere in the internet, in the wide world, where it says that unpolished rough flagstone is not an ideal non-slip surface for pools building a natural kind of vibe design, outdoor design. Secondly, let's see where we're at here. No hose bibs, vacuum breaker provided for cleaning. Okay, we can get into that later, not as important, but I have a response for that. He said components are missing enough. It seems that Mr. Haig expects our pool to have a sand filter, which is common in larger pools, which you have to backwash and have the systems appropriate for backwashing. However, we use a cartridge filter. In order of quality of filtering, it starts with diatomaceous earth filter, can filter up to as little as 3 to 5 microns, invisible to the naked eye. The cartridge filter filters 10 to 20 microns, 15 to 20, 10 to 20, depending if you use a good filter or buy some cheap, crappy replacement online. Spend $30 more, you get the one that goes down to 10. And sand filters filter 20 to 40 microns. So ours is the superior filter because it's a smaller pool and because of our low flow of guests, an average of 15 to 20 people per day. This does not make any sense to use a sand filter because then you have to discharge the wastewater onto the ground every single time you operate the filter. And that's not good for the environment. It's not good for the system. You're backwashing microorganisms back into the pipes through the filter. It's not what you want to do. The cartridge filter is the superior method of filtering. It's just not practical for large pools because of the cost of cartridge filters. They're $130 a filter. It might last a week, 2 weeks, depending, So it's a large cost. The operating costs of sanitization and filtering are very high. It's $1,000 a month or something around there. So we buy all our chemicals from Superior Pool Products, which is a wholesaler for professionals in Denver. We do use, I know the code says chlorinated hypochlorite. That's like saying the board of commissioners or something. It's really calcium hypochlorite is what it's called, cal hypo for short in the industry. Cal hypo does not use stabilizer, which is why we can use the method we use, because stabilizer has a lot of negative impacts. For one, it damages alkalinity. It causes pH bounce. When you're measuring alkalinity, if you have stabilizer, you have to reduce 1/3 of the ppms of the stabilizer from the alkalinity to get the true number. You don't have to do that, but no stabilizer causes metals to adhere. Worse, in the case of what they call an FMD, a fecal matter discharge. This is an event we have like a 6-step protocol for, which starts with removing the swimmers, sometimes draining the pool. You have to bring the ppms of the pool up to 20 ppm. In a non-stabilizer pool, you have to bring it up to 20 ppms for 12.75 hours. Something I wanted to run by him, though that's the standard. Maybe the Department of Health says you should make it 24 or whatever, because we are hotter water. And so hotter water does increase risk of RWIs, which are recreational water illnesses. We're well informed about those. So in a stabilized pool, you have to bring the ppms of chlorine up to 40 ppms for 30 hours. And even it's hard to maintain those ppms because of the stabilizer will damage the pHs. Alkalinity is the resistance of to pH changes, and it takes that anchor away, and then it causes you to have to sit there and maintain the pH the entire 30 hours if you want that chlorine to work optimally. So, and for both the operators and the guests, safety using unstabilized hypochlorite is the high level way. It's the choice of professional. All the automated feeding systems use chlorine. Speaking of automated feeding systems, so just because even an automated feeding system opens and releases, and we bought one that meets your standards, but it doesn't pipe into the pressure system and does all the things. But even an automated feeding system has to be manually refilled once a day because its chemicals run out, and you have to go in there and make sure they're ready for the next use. So I don't know what's next. Do I need a Tesla robot to manually replace the tablet and the automatic robot to replace the automatic, thing? It's ridiculous. We weren't even given a chance to demonstrate that our method is incredibly high level, and we have all of the proof going back. The proof in the pudding is pictures of the water. Water is very sensitive. If the pH goes even slightly out of range, or there's too much what's called combined chlorine, which is your enemy in a pool, the water turns opaque instantly. It turns green, it turns opaque. You can't see the floor drains. Also, seeing the floor drains, as gruesome as it is, one of the reasons that code exists is so you can see a dead body if it's there. We have emergency response protocols to that effect. We know what our roles are if there is an emergency, so we're not wasting time. The person who's at the emergency calls the 911, stays with them. The other person does crowd control, gets rid of the other guests, brings whatever is needed. So we're not fumbling around. We've worked out our emergency response protocols for fecal matter discharges, any kind of injury to someone in the pool, anything should happen like that. And our new signs also include a facility information, which says emergency, call 911, non-emergency, call us, address, all the pertinent information that the guests would need in the case of an emergency. So we took care of that. The railings need to be grounded. I don't know if there's any other railings. That's the one I did know about just aesthetically. I wasn't sure how to not make it look stupid. And I admit that I was dragging my feet on that. But I guess it's just going to have to look a little dumb and just meet the code. Our method of disinfecting, we covered that. And all that is just to say that we disinfected properly, and we are adjusting to his method of disinfection preference just out of respect. Let's see. However, going down, right, the pool operator's certificate, I'll have that tomorrow. As soon as I got the notice, I wanted to make sure I knew that I would fly through the course, because I have been studying all of this stuff diligently, not negligent. And by the way, I also hired Ian Powers, a proof of my payments to him. He's a certified pool operator and a water treatment manager for 20 years. He's the one who originally trained me. I would not have taken any logs. I would not have done anything right if it wasn't for him. I had him teach me. I didn't like what I was hearing. I didn't like all the work involved. It's true, at the beginning, I didn't know. But from the very beginning, I made sure that a professional guided me so that I was ensuring the safety of the business. Didn't have the pool log when you got there. Yes, owner was tethered to an oxygen machine, asleep in bed, woke up to a zero notice given inspection. 2 weeks into my honeymoon, didn't even have my socks on I was putting them on while I was answering questions, and the questions were very basic. None of them would have tested my ability to operate a pool. They were just, and he did ask how many gallons in the pool, did ask the depth, and by knowing those things, he should not have recommended a half-hour turnover rate, which again, on the MHAC website, easy for anyone to calculate and see that we're compliant. Okay, not having showers being an imminent threat. It's better if you have them, but there's no, the average, as we're taught, the average amount of fecal matter in a human buttocks is 0.14 grams per person. And the hope is that when you control them to a shower, that they will remove that. They may or may not remove that. And that's why the chemical protocol is what it is. Our chemical protocol is the same as a chemical protocol in a much larger pool. So, you know, the fact of our low flow clients, is that an imminent? I don't know. It's important. We're going to do it.
You have
but I
about
wouldn't
30
exactly-
seconds if you want.
30 seconds, okay. Well, I would just like to say we're actually genuinely excited about bringing all, updating all the things. A lot of them have already been on our mind. We've fixed the vast majority of them, or they're just outright inaccurate and just rushed without factual basis report. That is just the continued efforts of the county attorneys to hamstring our efforts to run our legal business.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is to see if there's any public.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the attorney that represents Mr. Ginsburg has gone off mute, so I just wanted the board to be aware in case you want to inquire if he has anything to say. I realize they're beyond the time limit. I just want to acknowledge he's off mute now.
Oh, okay. Does your counsel have anything to say?
Michael, would you like to say anything to the board?
Just briefly to the board, thank you. As noted, I do represent Mr. Ginsburg and One Earth LLC. I am a California attorney, so I would work in conjunction with his counsel here in Colorado, who was unable to attend given the short notice. But I wanted to observe today. I appreciate the board's time. Just briefly, if the board would entertain my comments, I wanted to point out that CRS 25-1-518 subset, which is the section that Ms. Parker was relying on heavily, subsection 7 of that provision does permit the courts in the state of Colorado to stay any warrant of conviction for up to 6 months. In addition, CRS 25-1-515 permits judicial review within 90 days. I'm here to observe to the extent proceeding in that fashion under those sections I mentioned is necessary. My hope is that it does not get to that point, and my client spent his time today discussing the abatement efforts that he is already taking and willing to take, and hoping to use this notice as an opportunity to cure any perceived threat to the public health, which is in nobody's interest, including my clients. And so what I understand my client is looking for today is the opportunity to work with the county to address these concerns. My concern observing this hearing was Ms. Parker's intent to move very quickly. We heard references to 24 hours to 48 hours. That seems extremely quick and ultimately unnecessary. And so I just wanted to point out that prior to engaging in a process that leads to litigation and dragging things out further on behalf of Mr. Ginsburg, I would implore the board to consider a more proactive approach between the county and Mr. Ginsburg to address the concerns that were raised in the notice, to use this as an opportunity to work together to address any perceived public health concerns. As Mr. Ginsburg mentioned, there have been no reports of injuries, and even what I heard Ms. Parker referred to was an anonymous inquiry by an attorney of a past guest, but that it did not relate to any sort of injury, rather just an inquiry with respect to water testing. So I did not see any evidence presented of an imminent threat to the public here. And as Mr. Ginsburg indicated, the pool is presently closed, and he has done what has been reasonable under the circumstances, giving the notice he was provided, and is, as he indicated, working and willing to work with the county. So I appreciate, after the lengthy presentations, the board hearing those statements from me. And I will turn it over at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that is here for public comment? Is there anyone online?
If you're online and would like to provide a public comment, please raise your hand. There are 2 people online, but the other 2 are staff, so no hands raised.
Okay.
Rebecca, before we begin, can I have 5 minutes?
Yes, we will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
The Clear Creek Board of Health is back in session, and I have a question for council. Do you have a chance to have a rebuttal statement, or is it just one and done?
My take on this, and I defer to the county attorney because he's your counsel in this hearing.
Yeah, I may as
Go for it.
well just respond.
Okay.
As advisor to the board, since I'm not the prosecutor in this case, just to be clear, that's why I'm serving in this role. The board can ask questions. No rebuttal is necessarily required. But if the board has questions, what'll happen is you can direct the questions to whomever, and both sides will have an opportunity to answer those questions if appropriate. But that's pretty much how it would run. There's not a formal rebuttal period that we decided to do in this hearing.
All right, thank you.
That inspired a question of mine. Any question asked, both parties have the opportunity to answer.
Correct.
George, do you have any questions?
My first question, Mr. Lickman, if you would just address the assertion that I should recuse myself from this hearing.
Sure, absolutely. I didn't really hear any basis other than the fact that perhaps you were a sitting commissioner when code enforcement orders were sent. I really didn't follow the rationale.
I heard that I was named in a complaint.
Probably as the chair, you probably would have, any code enforcement notice may have had you listed somewhere as a chair, but unless you're receiving some personal benefit, there's no conflict that I'm aware of. Feel free to disclose it if you have that, though.
No, I have no personal benefit
Okay,
associated with the outcome of this.
okay.
Thank you.
Just briefly to comment on that point, I believe what Mr. Ginsburg was referring to was my office in conjunction with Colorado Council at Dietschy and Davis sent a notice to Miss Parker pursuant to Colorado revised statute section 24-10-109 subsection 2. It's a Government Tort Claims Act notice back on February 12th, 2026 that mentioned various individuals associated with the county and county's council offices, potential parties in any such litigation were it to be initiated. As far as I'm aware, my client received no response from the county, and nor did I, nor Miss Kuby, who is Colorado counsel. I believe that's what he was referring to. I leave that determination to the board, but I would, I suppose, say that I know those claims and are not at issue here today. That's not what we're here to address. I similarly, without Colorado counsel here, want to be careful not to be practicing law in your wonderful state. So that's all I can say on that. And I make those comments purely for education to the board to the extent that they want to assess any conflict issues that may arise here. That's my knowledge of that.
That's helpful. I would say you have no conflict based on that at all.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to comment at all?
It's up to the chair. I mean, to answer the question, I think we have the questions answered on the conflict issue.
I may have been wrong about process. I'm not an attorney. I had messaged George many times by email, tried to call the office and received no response throughout various stages of inquiries into our business from the county. And he is the commissioner for our district of the county for the Fall River road line. So he comes to our HOA meetings and stuff. So I don't have any, well, there were some, should that case have moved forward, there were some things that would have had to been explored. So perhaps it is not applicable today, and I don't have if that's the case, then so be it. But just wanted to state what I thought.
Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to address that
Of course,
first.
of course. Do you have any other questions, George?
I have a list. However you want, if you want us to proceed in order or however you want this to go. Do you want me to start?
Sure.
Okay. So we heard Mr. Ginsburg assert that there is a gray area between a public pool and a private pool. And I have some questions to get to this, and I would ask that your answers be.
It's my fault, semi-public and public. Private, that wasn't the distance delineation.
Yeah, yeah.
Semi-public and public.
I heard you. I think my first question, and I want to ask you to be concise.
Yeah.
You referenced an agency that creates a classification system. What was that agency?
The National Swimming Foundation and the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance merged in 2019 to form the PHTPA or the PHTA. They're the oldest education. Their motto is educate, advocate, and elevate. EAE. They dispense pools. Certified pool operators they're the most oldest and trusted dispenser of certified pool operator certificates, and as well as the MAHC, and as well as the code itself.
So who is the source of that classification system? Sorry, is it
Many sources. MAHC, which is the Model Aquatic Health Code, which is the sister code in 5-1003-5. It's mentioned right at the beginning of the 1003-5. In that first paragraph, it says that this code is also like in sisterhood with the MAHC, and that both codes apply. And it's spelled out there.
I'm sorry, is that a state code, a national?
That is a national code.
It's also state code
in-
in Colorado revised statute
Yes,
26-01, I believe.
yes, it's also mentioned in 26-01, which is the memorandum they mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know we're sort of looking at the CDPHE regs as a facsimile for safe operation of a pool to establish whether there's a nuisance. And so I don't think we're here to understand whether you're complying with CDPHE strictly. I think the next question I have is to Mr. Haig. You've heard a good bit about this classification system. Maybe you were aware of it. I don't know that the answer to that question is relevant. I think the relevant question here is from a public health perspective. Do you think that there's a meaningful difference between a pool that is private, to which no members of the public are allowed, and a pool that is public?
Yes, there is. The main difference in being in the quality and design of the components for a commercial, non-private pool. The components are made to a higher standard for constant use and larger volumes of water. Whereas a private pool, you can have some big private pools too, but those components still aren't made to the standards that a commercial pool is.
So from a perspective of like potential for nuisance, right? Like there's our regulatory authority comes in when the public is invited, right? Regardless of where they land within, whether it's whatever the letter is, for the purposes of our analysis, it is our members of the public allowed in the pool. And that is black.
From what I saw of,
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was kind of one of the first things that I wanted to understand. And colleagues, just interrupt me when you want to, because I have kind of a list here. I wanted to ask you just to sort of level set on this. This is for Ms. Parker.
Sure.
You, in your presentation, talked a little bit about the way that the website was changed, and I think you used the phrase moving target. Do you think it's reasonable to consider prior experience with enforcement actions and interactions as we consider the assertions made by Mr. Ginsburg without evidence? Do you think it's appropriate for us to take sort of the broader set of knowledge around how the website shifts back and forth, et cetera?
So I think that goes to how you weigh the testimony and evidence that you heard here today. So, I would note that Mr. Ginsburg asserts that he complies with the regulations, but to comply with the regulations, you need certain approvals, and he has none of those. He's provided no records. And so it's just his word. And so how you weigh his word that's within the discretion of this board.
Thank you. And then I'll let you answer. And then I want to hear Mr. Lichtman's response as well, because it's a little bit of a process question.
That's incorrect that we've provided no records. It is true that when I constructed the pool, which was legal for residential use and then was shifted to a
About shutting down.
about shutting down, is that what you're asking? No, provide no records, which
Operation.
operational records. So we provided engineering pool plan that shows water flow in and out, a structural engineer's report, scope of work. I provided to the county, to David at the county building department. I full on just applied for a permit, which he said he couldn't approve because of the open violation that he said refer to the violation, but he did go through and peck things through. He got 270 construction photos of the pool from beginning to end. So if there was something, the only thing he asked to point out was, do you have photos of the copper wire grounded properly for lighting? I said, yes, pointed him out, circled it, sent it back to him. I said, okay. And then he said, but I can't approve when you switch to commercial. I looked at the code, which said Clear Creek County encourages home occupations. You may operate a commercial business in section 7, it says, as long as it adheres to home occupation guidelines. So I looked at that and said, okay, it says it's governed by notices of violation. So I said, okay, as long as it's engineered, built correctly, safe, I'm going to open this home occupation. And just like it says, if I get a notice of violation, I'll deal with it then. And I feel that there's not any records regarding the website. We just realized today that there was a direct link from Google to book, and we took that down as of 30 minutes before.
However, it does take time to do that. I just want to add
it's a
that. I don't know if
catch,
I'm allowed to talk in this situation.
Well,
You
go ahead.
Can somebody clarify whether I'm allowed to?
Yes, I think the chair would say you are allowed to, but I think.
Just a quick
question-
contribution.
I just want to say, I think you may have answered.
Yeah.
Sure, yes,
So
yes.
basically, we try to think of every way to take it down that says we're not taking reservations. I've said it on the phone today to people. I said, we are making honest renovations that are required by the state, but we are willing.
Thank you. I do think you've answered the
Yeah,
question.
that's
It's
nothing to chase.
Mr. Lichtman, do you
So-
have a perspective on this question that I asked?
Yes, so the assistant county attorney is correct on that. This simply goes to the weight of the evidence. So for example, even though there wasn't significant background in terms of the history of kind of that moving target that the county attorney talked about, the reality is the board can take that into consideration in this type of hearing and can inform the decision. It's different than Mr. Ginsburg speaking directly and offering testimony, then you give that a different weight, that's how it basically is, but you can consider it.
Thank you. And colleagues, I asked the question because there are a number of assertions made in this hearing without evidence by Mr. Ginsburg. So I think that's an important thing for us to understand.
Well, all evidence is sourced.
Let him
Sorry.
finish, please.
Thank you. My next question, thank you, Madam Chair. This is to get, I know both of you are going to answer, but there was an assertion that the bathroom meets specs. I think there was also an acknowledgement that the bathroom is not permitted. Gary, am I correct in understanding that an unpermitted bathroom is not a legal bathroom, whether it meets specs or not?
Yes, sir. Engineers' plans and an application for this type of privy were never submitted to the Clear Creek County Department of Environmental Health Office.
Thank you. And by legal, I mean like compliant, like, adequate. Mr. Ginsburg, anything you have to offer?
That is correct. And we know this and because we were told that no permits nothing could be permitted for our property, we were caught in this catch-22 of if we submit the plans, they're going to be just denied just because it's who we are for whatever reason. And there would be no clear based on the history that led to us preparing a district tort claim that hasn't been filed, but there's a long history of just unreasonable, capricious, arbitrary behavior, running in circles, being just led down empty roads and I was told to shut down for 30 days in 2024. I shut down for 30 days. They said after 30 days, we'll tell you what the violation is. Ran into Peter Lickman after a board meeting. I said, okay, it's been 30 days. He said, you don't have a home occupation. I said, what? So we've been just dealing with a constant, I don't know what the word is, but gaslighting and just not being able to, and being told that no permit we apply for will be approved. And we have a life to live. And so we have a right to just live our life and that's it.
Thank you. Let me ask you just in response to that.
Yeah.
Have you filed any suits about any, about?
He was about to, and actually told him to
Adjudicated.
de-escalate. I informed Michael, I can show the text to that effect. Since we hadn't heard from the county, they made a notice of violation back in January. I met with them in the building department, and since there was just a big nothing there, and then they never filed anything. And so I thought, you know what, just de-escalate. I'm not looking for a fight. I just want cooperation.
Thank you. You've answered my question. And then I think that to follow up on that, just to sort of give due diligence to the assertion.
Yes.
Am I hearing you right? You're claiming that you should be allowed that we should trust that it's not a nuisance based on specs, not based on an inspection process, because the inspection process has been difficult.
I'm highlighting that the inspection process has been rushed and there's been lots of mistakes and oversights made about the facts. We're absolutely willing to work on a stipulation agreement. We're absolutely willing to shut down until every concern is addressed. But what we're not willing to do is just admit that the sky is blue or the sun is blue and the sky is yellow.
Thank you.
And we do provide evidence in that form. We'll have everything that I say is referenced by code or material fact.
I have one more thing I want to explore, but I don't.
Do it.
And then a couple more, like just kind of to the second question. Right now, we're trying to establish whether there's a nuisance. In my mind, at least. There was an assertion made by you, Gary, about a 30-minute turnover rate required. Mr. Ginsburg, there was an assertion made by you that the turnover rate should be 2.5 to 6 hours.
Actually, we could, I'm sorry.
Because I heard you make the assertion last, I prefer to hear from Gary first, or sorry, Mr. Hague, sorry. Kind of two questions related to that. How relevant is that to the overall case? And do you stand by the 30-minute turnover assertion?
Here we have the equipment room circulation systems and appurtenances from the Colorado pool regulations, this whole big paragraph
There are
here.
two provisions here that are.
Delineate
So
that.
it's right, yeah, it's right
There.
here.
For the record, could you reference the?
It is section 3.10 of the swimming pool and mineral baths regulations at 5 CCR 1003-5.
Wading pool shall have a minimum rate of 1 hour, and spas shall have a minimum turnover rate of 1/2 hour.
So I heard Mr.
Pool
Yeah, that means a hot
regulations.
Yeah, and by spa, that means hot tub or water body that is 1,000 gallons or less. If you were to run a 54, anything, in fact, over 3,000 gallons with a 1/2 hour turnover rate would burst. You would have to have 6-inch iron pipes, a nuclear pump, and it would cause such a suction that it would be a health hazard to people going through.
How many gallons is your hot tub?
It is 5,400 gallon in-ground pool. And this is where it's not a major mistake. It was just done in a rush. Everything about our operation as a pool in terms of meeting the code, it's not treated as a above ground hot tub. It's a pool, a 5,400 gallon in-ground pool, 6-inch thick concrete walls, 4 inlets, 4 outlets. You know, it's built properly. It does meet code. I followed the code meticulously. I had various consultants involved throughout the whole project. One of them was Steve Parsons, who's a government waterway builder. I had another. So it's.
Thank you. What turnover rate are you asserting?
I'm asserting that it depends on the RP. I'm asserting that our pump is a vari-speed pump that goes from anywhere from 30 gallons to 40 gallons, and that any of those rates at any of the RPMs that our pump operates are considered compliant and actually optimal for our pool. And you can verify that on the MAHC website. There's just search turnover rate compliance on the MAHC website, enter the number of gallons of pool, enter the gallons per minute of pump. Ours ranges from 30 to 40 gallons per minute. And each range, in fact, the lower range of that, which has a much longer turn, if I went to its lowest speed, that's considered 1400 RPM to 1900 RPM is considered optimal for daily maintenance and just when everything is optimal and the water is balanced, just daily operation. The higher speeds are for cleaning and fast removal of debris.
So
So
what is that turnover rate?
the 2.25, it's what's listed on our engineering report.
2.25
Hours, yes, correct.
5 hours?
Yeah, yeah, 2.25. But that can go up and down depending on the RPMs. But all RPMs of our pump are optimally designed, as is our filter. So the MAHC website, which is the Model Aquatic Health Code, which is in with the Colorado code, it's mentioned right in the top of CCR 5. And anyone can just go to their compliance calculator, enter the volume in gallons, which is 5,400, enter the gallons per minute, which is anything from 30 to 40. I think we did the average 35 just to be what the average speed would be, but that's the range of our pump specs and what it operates. You can check the compliance there, and it is by state. So that's the other option. You can pick which state. Compliance.
Thank you. I might come up with some more, but I'm happy to defer up and.
Jody. your
Um,
questions.
the question that I have right off the bat is, so what Ms. Parker talked about, the 400 guests, you said it's 60 a week average that attend at this pool? 15, sorry, it was 15 a day.
15
times-
to 20 a day, 15 to 20 a day in that range. But easily 80%, if not more, are just two guests at once. And we have all the records are recorded both through our credit card processor, which catalogs the type of appointment, number of guests, type of soak. Each of our soaks are named by their type number.
We're happy to share these.
Share that with you. And also with our fixed price soaks, the sunset soak, for instance, is 1 to 8 people, which means one group, you can be one person, it's still the same price, but they specify if they're renting towels, how many towels they want. So we have a way to measure how many people actually came, as opposed to it's just the max range every time. You can see that if they ordered 4 towels, there's 4 people, so
So at a minimum, I just did the minimum, the 15 guests, that's even at the lower.
4 days a week. Yeah.
And the water is changed 3 times a year.
As is.
So that's
uh,
a minimum of 720 guests before the water is changed.
And that is normal, that the change over time is per pool code. You don't replace the water. Chemistry, I had this misunderstanding when I started it. I told the man teaching me how to treat pool water, I said, I just want to replace all of the water. I want it to come in and like a magic unicorn. It's going to sanitize itself perfectly. Just flow it out. We're going to exchange the water. He said, absolutely not. He said, I would rather have sewage make up water, get it balanced properly than your spring water is awesome, but there's no way spring water is going to contain, some level of bacteria. It needs to be filtered.
But is this typically spring water?
What's
No,
that?
we're using the town.
No, we actually are using the town water currently.
So my end, where I'm trying to get with this is then this water, that 700 minimum, 720 people and all the chemicals, where does this water go when you clean?
Okay, so every single day, every week, there's 300 to 400 gallons of evaporation. So because of the high temperature, exposure to sun, normal evaporation in any pool is a 1/4 inch, which is 0.0833 percentage of a full gallon. The normal standard, a normal gallon has 7.48 cubic feet per gallon.
So you're not topping that off?
No, we absolutely are
We do.
topping it off. And that was what
Fresh water.
all those reports are what factor into our augmentation rate. That's what we had to detail very specifically.
But then where does this water go that I'm saying to me?
Into the air.
Water, the gray
No,
water
the
that you're
gray
cleaning.
Oh, the gray water, just if you neutralize it first, you remove the chlorine, standard practice, and then it just goes onto landscaping, onto the ground where it's not causing erosion. And that is the CDPHE practice. I referred to let me give you the exact thing here. It is, once again, it's it's called the In Colorado, the Colorado Department of Public Health states that swimming pool discharges are governed by the quote unquote low risk. This is the title of the regulation, low risk discharge guidance. Discharges from pools, fountains, and other similar type facilities that are fed solely by potable water, originally issued June 2008, revised January 2015. And in the document I sent, it's the last line item that we responded to was where does the wastewater go? And that is in accordance of the EPA Clean Water Safety Act and this Colorado Department of Public Health. If Clear Creek County had its own gray water program, which Gary specifically stated that it does not have its own, then we would have to follow that program for swimming pools. Clear Creek County does specify that shower discharge must move into a septic system and cannot be discharged as gray water.
People are not showering before.
We haven't provided a shower. Guests only stay at our premises for 1 hour. We recommend they use the rec center for showering. We send them there. Our experience is mostly 1 hour soaks. It moves so fast, it's such a low volume that this would not be. There's nowhere in even in the Colorado Health Code for the pools 1003-5. The only threshold for shutting a business down imminently is 2 consecutive tests taken in a glass bottle during business hours for different types of pools. They're right. It is a little bit vague as to the procedure, but it requires a glass bottle, not a plastic bottle. And it requires that it be done during business hours. And it can be a surprise or whatever, but it does require at the minimum 2 consecutive tests to have cause for imminent shutdown. That is in the
So before people get into the pool, you do or do not have signage if somebody has open wounds, communicable?
We didn't know about that particular one, so that is one of the things we are, need to correct, and that's why we shut down. Because we're not saying that we are not, that there aren't things that should be taken care of. We're just saying that it's not cause for like shut every reservation down into the distant future. It's saying it's like we need a couple weeks to make sure that we can address every concern, have an inspection process, as you said. We all we're asking for is a fair process. That's all we want. Just a fair process, a chance to make the corrections that are legitimate, repair those, get any constructive criticism, work together to develop maybe better safety protocols. We have our own emergency response protocols, fecal matter discharge protocols. We've never had to use them, thank God. But should we have to, these are things that we should be working together to improve the safety, not just, rushing these obstacles with mostly making no sense. But that is one of the things that we did. We actually ordered the signs we printed. We have them ordered on 14x18 metal
I
signs.
can send those to you guys as well.
Yeah, we have a copy with us on paper. It's in the car. We could grab it, but we made all the signs already. We've been, taking it very seriously, all the violations, and all we ask is that we can have a fair inspection and just be treated, reasonably, and that's all. And these minor things aren't minor. I mean, you add up a few minor things, and it's pretty major, right? So, whereas the code might say, well, the only thing that shuts it down is the lack of chlorination, which is they have no evidence of that at all. In fact, I have all of the evidence to prove that we have been diligently maintaining the pool.
How long have you been operating this business?
Over 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Yeah.
So it was 11 years with your Airbnb.
No, it wasn't built. I did kind of test the waters, so to speak, on the Airbnb in 2022. I allowed and with my Airbnb, I also had a hot tub that I did maintain for like 5 years. So my first experience with water maintenance and clarity and balance and stuff was with a smaller hot tub, which now is decommissioned and closed. But we have, and then after 7 years of Airbnb, 300 nights a year, by the way, it's a lot of work. And as soon as I listed the Raspberry Hot Springs, it booked up so fast. We're sold out a month in advance, but we have a wait list for every single day we're open. We serve senators, doctors, really high-end clients that love us. People come from overseas to come back and see us again. If we were just, running some stagnant, this isn't, we're really, reasonable people, and we just want an opportunity. We agree that the signs are important. They need to be, the bather control needs to be there. So they're ordered, they'll be here tomorrow, Thursday. And we ordered them an OSHA standard 14 by 18 size, metal.
12.
What's that?
12 by 18.
I'm sorry, 12 by 18. And we've taken a lot of other steps. We ordered the automatic feeding system that he preferred. We didn't get a chance, so we've actually addressed many of the issues mentioned, and we just want an opportunity to separate the wheat from the chaff as to what is factual and correct and proper and not in itself a public health hazard as the turnover rate would be if we even attempted to do that. And we just want to make sure that we have the opportunity to do this without some sort of bias or whatever, this is our living, she is going to grad school next year, but right now she's finishing her last year at MSU and then under a professor on Assure, moving over to Denver University. So we're not, she doesn't have like some career that she can cover for both of us while we need to reopen this, but what's most important is the safety. And we're actually genuinely, authentically stoked to bring everything, dial everything up. And it's fun for us. So thank you for the question.
Do you have any questions?
So you don't currently have showers?
We do
You're
not
sending
currently
them
have
to
a
those
shower. We have a 500-gallon vault privy that park style bathroom that is meets the standards that he presented to me at that first inspection. He came up.
That's a shower?
No, just a vault style bathroom.
Okay.
If I might clarify real
yeah.
quick, I just want to mention that up until this notice came out, Alex was under the impression, if I'm not incorrect, that this was a private pool and that the rules for public pools did not necessarily apply. He followed a lot of them, but he didn't think that he was under that regulatory
Again,
The public.
there seems to be a lot of confusion about private versus public. What I'm saying is not that. I understand CCR's definition of private, which is actually further enhanced by the memorandum, and we're going to look into that and verify what information the county gave CDPHE. However, as it stands prior to the memorandum in 26, the difference between public, semi-public, and private is very clear. Public, and it's also stood for so long that even I could show you the first chapter of the certified pool operator's handbook, which is not something anyone can buy unless you're in the course.
Okay. Do you test your water and keep records of how you've decontaminated it before you empty it out?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I could not locate the log book. That's a waterproof paper with pens so that when water gets on it, it doesn't damage the book. I could not leave my couch. I've been dealing with some very serious health issues.
Right, no, I
But
understand.
I do keep records and it goes all the way back to 2023.
And have you provided those to?
No, I didn't get a chance. No, I couldn't walk because they went up to the pool and they focused on taking a sample and just kind of looking around. But I did not get an opportunity to know. It'll show things like when I was getting started and I was licking my wounds from building this incredibly sold, my mother passed away from a radiation leak at Department of Energy, Brookhaven National Lab. I sold her house and put all of the money into the construction of this pool and sold in 2020. And I was out of money, so I was using things that are allowed but annoying, like baking soda to raise the pH. Works, it's safe, but you have to buy like multiple boxes of it from the grocery store. It's perfectly safe and acceptable method of raising pH, but all of the records are consistent with what products I was buying at the time. And with time, we evolved our chlorination system. We learned more about how it works. We stopped using chlorine with stabilizer and developed in the early records, you'll see that the tablets we were using, the kind you buy at Home Depot, they actually lower the pH of the pool. So you're constantly having to bring the pH up. With calcium hypochlorite, the pH automatically goes up when you chlorinate the pool. So you have to, but it will simmer down. So when you do what's called a shock to sanitize it, on every single break between guests, the first thing we do is do what's called a super chlorination, where it absolutely eliminates
Okay.
heavy shock.
You talked about
Thank you.
that. Council, do you have any other comments?
I guess I have two. First is that Mr. Ginsburg cited Reg 86. I think they mentioned the memo was 2013 or 2015. That regulation was updated in 2023. And you can look into it on CDPHE's website, but it regulates gray water discharges. And it requires a permit from a local jurisdiction that has a gray water program. We don't. The second thing I would notice or note here is that we haven't been provided with any records. Gary requested them. Mr. Ginsburg said he would email them. We did not receive them in the last 6 days. And then the lack of records, I think, is one of the things that's really concerning here, or it's the assertion that we're complying, but all of the regulations require applying for and obtaining permits, including 5 CCR 1003-5. Article 2 says at least 30 days prior to the construction, extension, enlarging, remodeling, or modification of a public swimming area or related facilities, the plans and specs complete with piping layout, equipment, and mechanical specs, along with design calculations, shall be submitted for review and recommendations to CDPHE, which may direct that such plans and specs be submitted to the municipality or other political subdivision in which the swimming area is or may be located, rather than the Department of Health. This section does not prohibit any local jurisdiction from requiring that the plans also be submitted. And then you have to comply with the minimum standards, but that's after CDPHE approves your design and your operation specs. He's done none of that. And so honestly, we don't know. We just know what we saw at the inspection and what was represented to Gary there. So that's the information we're going on, which is very incomplete. And the assertion that we're complying is just not true, because compliance requires permits. Same with our OWTS regs. And Mr. Ginsburg knows that the permits are required. He does. So I think that's the only comment I have, unless you have specific questions.
A specific question about the gray water. It says you have to report it to the local jurisdiction that governs it. So the local jurisdiction that governs it here would be the state.
No, it would either be Clear Creek County or Clear Creek County Public Health.
But if we don't regulate it,
Then it is not allowed.
oh,
So it's the
okay.
Division of Water Quality.
That's a very, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Paul.
Yeah, the local jurisdictions regulate it. Regulation 86, if a local jurisdiction adopts regulations, our regulations must be in accordance with those, but it's just not allowed under these circumstances.
Thank you.
I do think, Mr. Lickman, because the general question was asked of one party, the other party has an opportunity to respond to the general question. If you have anything else to add.
Am I allowed to-
Yes, I think that's appropriate if he does want to answer the
Okay,
question,
sure.
absolutely.
There are many types of gray water discharge. Some are allowed as long as they are within a certain categories. Some require a permit, some don't. That's clearly spelled out in the document I sent you. The ones that do require a permit require permits. You'll notice that discharges over 2,000 gallons on a daily basis are the type of things that they are requiring permits for. That language is mentioned. But to simply say all gray water, it's a lot more subtle than that. There are many types. In fact, as I mentioned, when you look up this low risk water discharge, make sure the rest of the sentence is correct, because there are like 10 different low risk water discharge water types, each with their own regulations. I don't know them all, but I know the one that applies to me.
One more thing I noticed in my notes, if you'll indulge me. This is Mr. Ginsburg, obviously, if you all have anything to add. This is about the assertion about the way that the pool is filled using a hose and the connection between the cistern and the hose. You stated that you do not use the cistern to fill the pool.
We will be using the cistern to fill the pool once our augmentation plan is In fact, not even before that, once our substitute water supply plan is ratified, which is in under process.
So how do you fill the?
We collect water from the potable water station at the municipal water. We collect those records. We send those records bi-weekly, every fortnight to both the water commissioner and the state assistant state engineer. They receive a report of how
Which
much water
slides a
we've
little
used.
lazy from the wedding. but-
Yeah, of course, we didn't use it as much because we've been on a break but we have to,
I mean,
it is
sending
very closely monitored exactly how much water we're using.
You have like a tank on the back of your truck?
Correct. We have
And then you fill the pool from the
we
tank?
drive to the station. We keep an account at the Idaho Springs city office. So those records are available. I can give you
I think they're
Yeah.
even public.
yeah, they're even public. You can ask for them.
Sure.
Or if you need a account, it's account number 8060. And all those records are there. We specifically did it that way. Sometimes the account runs out of.
What I'm trying to focus on here is how you're filling the pool, because there's an
Oh,
assertion
okay.
made that you're using.
So what his concern, what he told us was that the concern is that if the hose was 50 feet long, that would be okay. But when the water moves to 51 feet, it becomes a health hazard, perhaps because, there could be issues connecting hoses. Maybe people buy 50-foot hose, whatever the case. And we admit that, okay, fine, we'll fix it. We actually we're tired of using a hose. But the truck delivers water. That one pulls closer to the pool and we can use a 50-foot hose. Or we can just finish installing we already have an underground pipeline that will connect to a hose bib.
I'm satisfied.
That will use a 5-foot hose.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I heard that assertion. I want to make sure
Yeah,
that
sure.
everything that's being asserted here is being addressed. That's everything from me on the question of whether this is a nuisance. I think we have to answer the question of
That's not,
whether the abatement is satisfactory as well. I don't have any questions about that actually, but because the order is pretty clear. So I'm done with my questions, colleagues, and I'm ready to deliberate whenever you are.
Jody, do you have any further questions?
I don't know if this is that important. It just says on October 16th, 2020, the division engineer mailed a cease and disorder,
Cease and desist.
desist order to you at the mailing address, certified mail. What was you doing back then?
On June 18th, 2020 is when I first cracked open the spring. I was building a retaining wall for a outside area for my Airbnb guests. My friend said, "You have a spring?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "You idiot. Let's go see if it makes anything." So we went there with our workers and our pickaxes and walked over there. And turns out you don't need much to open a spring. I didn't know. I didn't grow up on a farm. So we just dug it back a little bit, put a little barrier, put in a pipe, measured crystal clear water, took the pH, measured how much was coming out, about 1,800 gallons a day. And I thought, yay, I had no idea at the time that the doctrine of prior appropriation was a system older than the state itself. So I was like a kid lost in the woods without a jacket and his mom, and then here comes the line. So when I started to use the water, I had misconceptions about what my rights were as an owner of a mining claim, because the federal patent on the mining claim states that you do have a water right, but they go through the system called abandonment, where between late 1970s or mid 1970s and up till now, and every 10 years, they have a decennial abandonment list. If water is not used, they publish it. If you don't, say, "No, I'm using the water," that water right is permanently abandoned. And then it's treated as if there is no water right. So the state has owned the water. There's no and what it's come to now is that basically residential use is called exempt as long as it stays in your house, and non-residential use is non-exempt. And for non-exempt water, you have to honor the doctrine of prior appropriation, which says that if you're downstream of a water right holder, you're doing injury to them by using water. You can even do injury to someone being above them. As the saying is, water flows uphill for money in the water rights industry. So, it's a very complex system, but at the end of the day, it took some education. It took hiring Dici and Davis, those water rights attorneys, who spent a great deal of time speaking with Mr. Lixman after the first notice of violation, Robin Cuvée spent, there's a lot of discussion back and forth. And we just could not get a clear answer on what the violation was. And we had drafted there's just lots of correspondence, but yes, the point is that I was violating the doctrine of prior appropriation by using the spring water coming on my property without getting the appropriate.
And you were putting that in the cistern?
I was not right away. No, actually, there was a cistern at the spring. It wasn't serving my house. I have a well for my
And
residential
you
water, which.
also were required to remove the cistern.
No, the cistern ultimately stayed, but I was required to stop using the water. And we were required to build a well under that met the basically designed by the state of Colorado.
Well, it says you were had another 2020 cease and desist order required defendant to cease and desist illegal spring diversion, remove the impoundment structure, the cistern, and return the surface to natural grade that would intercept or impound.
Right, yes, and Michael, that was in 2023. So when they first told me about it, I started looking at my federal patent, which literally says you have a water right, So I thought this guy just doesn't understand. Well, I didn't understand what I was getting into. So I am to blame for misunderstanding it. And it took a while for it to sink in how serious the water rights program is. When I received the cease and desist in 2023, that was served to me, I did not use the water from that point on. I know there was he came up there and alleged that I used it, but I did not use it. I had a broken foot. I couldn't even
Yeah,
use
my
it.
paper here says 2020.
No, 2020 was the first. So we.
Yeah, and
opened the
then this
spring in June.
continued for 3 years.
There was nothing going on for 3 years. I wasn't using the water. It just kind of sat there. There was no use of the water for 3
And
years,
you
but
did not remove the cistern like you were supposed to.
no, nothing. No, the cistern removal, was that mentioned in 2020?
2020,
Okay,
yes.
well, ultimately, they allowed the cistern and they permitted, in fact, under an emergency rush order from John Hayek, who was either the deputy or assistant state engineer at the time, now Sarah is. He heard everything that I went through and he said, I'm issuing an emergency rush order for you to have your permit approved. You're a decent guy. You've made honest mistakes. You sound like you've done your homework. Every engineer had to drop every other project in Colorado and approve our well permit, which they did. And we finished it 9 months in advance of the permit deadline, which would have been July of this year, would have been July 19th of this year. But we finished it in January. The chief well inspector, Chris, Chris Jones. Chief Jones inspected the well in January. It was approved for residential use. However, our non-exempt commercial use is moving through more paces. And we have, and so in order to do that, we had to get a slap on the wrist for the use back in the early days, which we, did. They were very lenient about it. They honestly could have, thrown the book at us, but they understood that it was an honest mistake. They deal with this a lot. People just think, oh, the water's on my land. I own land. What's the problem? Colorado is very special in that regard, the Midwest in general. We then have already moved way past that. You can reach out to Michael Williams, who's the county water commissioner. He receives our water haul reports. You can reach out to Sarah Brucker, who's the assistant state engineer. You can reach out to Claire Vavris, who is our water resource manager at Right Water Engineering. It's that company that is preparing our SWS, which is called a substitute water supply plan. That is the preliminary year where you get to start to use your water for use, and it is subject to calls. So if there's a drought or a low water table in Colorado, they send out a call, and so we are allowed to use any water we've stored. But during those months, we would be delivering water again to maintain our evaporation.
Does that answer your question, Jody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, are you ready for discussion here?
Yep.
My concern here is that there are a lot of problems. And it seems like you're juggling, trying to, you get caught on one and you try to address that, and then you get caught on something else and you try to address that. And it seems to me that this should be closed as a violation of public health laws until you can bring everything into compliance and get the permits that you need. You can't just willy-nilly have a resort and then go fix things as you're caught. I'm very concerned that you don't have permits, you don't have showers, you don't have the right railing. You haven't supplied the records that were requested. You've illegally used water in the past, not that we can hold that against you here necessarily, but I'm supporting a cease and desist order so that you can take a step back, look at your place and see, and with your advice of local council, California council doesn't really help.
But he has a pro op VK.
I just-
Oh, I know
I think-
legally he can, but he doesn't know Colorado water
No, of
law.
course, and neither-
Peter,
and
can I ask
things
you a
like this.
question? Sure. Mr. Lichtman? Sorry, just really quickly. I think now that the board is deliberating, people are not invited to comment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And so, yeah.
Yeah.
But I am really interested in your opinion. Sorry for interrupting.
As well.
So that's my concern about this, is that there are just too many violations and you're juggling them.
Yeah.
So I think we need to shut this down so that you can take a good hard look at it and say, what are we legally required to do to make this place safe? And then we can, come back later and see how you're doing. But for now, I support the cease and desist.
We do too.
I agree. There's a lot of things that were said here, but I literally have not seen any evidence that, you've presented. This is a liability all the way around, that this could be serious if somebody was to get sick. It's our responsibility to keep the public safe. And I think it's our due diligence to have this hearing and listen to the evidence on both sides. And I haven't seen anything that outside of what you're saying, that there's no records, there's nothing. And I'm concerned because this is like a long time things have been going on, since 2020 that I can see. And it's the same thing with Rebecca. There's processes that we go through and there's reasons why. It's to protect you. It's to protect the public. It's to protect the county. It's to protect everything. So in the environment, I am worried when we're dumping gray water into the wilderness. I have no clue what that even looks like up there. And but I'm not an expert in that field, but there are experts that, make rules for that reason.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll address you. I think we've heard very compelling testimony today from Ms. Parker and Mr. Haig. We're here to understand whether this constitutes a nuisance, which in this case, I think is mostly in my mind around a risk of disease spread. There are other concerns as well. But that's what I'm mostly focused on because I think that that's what is most serious that's been said. An individual slipping versus an individual contracting any one of the illnesses that Mr. Haig mentioned is less important. I did hear the attorney use the phrase imminent. I know he wasn't making a legal argument here because he's not allowed to practice. I don't find the word imminent anywhere in here. I do think, though, that it is important and it is ongoing and it could happen anytime. I heard that there is no approved bathroom on site, which constitutes a public health nuisance all in itself. I heard there is no showering allowed. I heard that there was no attempt to prevent people with open wounds from entering the pool. And I've not heard that there's any verification of the sanitation methods. Colleagues, we did hear a lot of testimony, verbal testimony about sanitation methods that were used. And I do consider that testimony to be questionable. Whether I consider it to be questionable or not, just based on the history here, which is why I asked the question at the outset about whether we're able to consider kind of the broader reaction to enforcement events. And that's why I really appreciated your questions about the past cease and desist related to illegal water use. Because it just kind of shows whether testimony by this individual can be taken at face value. Colleagues, I think most importantly, rather than decide that we're going to be experts and understand whether these things meet specs and whether these methods are adequate and adjudicate between Mr. Hague and Mr. Ginsburg on this, I would suggest to you that we can do as this order suggests and declare that this is a nuisance unless it is permitted, unless it is certified by CDPHE and the constructed elements are permitted by our local building and site development authorities and anybody else that's relevant. So for me, I think that this is very clearly a public health nuisance based on the evidence. The next question we have to answer is whether the abatement, thank you, is adequate. Colleagues, I think it is. I think basically saying that if this is passed, no one is allowed to enter the pool. All of a sudden, it is a private pool. It is not subject to any of these regulations, and that's because it all of a sudden is not a public health nuisance. It is a private health nuisance. And so I do find that it's adequate. That's my opinion. I also think, though, that in addition to adequate, I think it's reasonable because there is a clear path here to compliance. It's the same path that other pool operators in Clear Creek County and around the state of Colorado use. And so, I just want to finish by saying we've heard admission from Mr. Ginsburg about a number of these violations, not about all of them. We heard Mr. Ginsburg state that he, without this cease and desist order, would pause and repair what has been built. I will propose to you all that is inadequate. What we need is every standard to be met by every regulatory agency that has a role in protecting public. So for that reason, I also intend to support this resolution 26-03.
And I'd just like to clarify something. We don't have to be the experts in this. We are allowed to rely on our staff. So don't worry about that.
Oh, I am not. I really have great deference to permitting processes. That is how the experts get engaged. And it is not adequate to say this process has been difficult and therefore I should be able to ignore it, which is how I interpreted the testimony.
Okay. All right. Having heard testimony and had discussion about this, we are now ready to make a motion.
I will make the motion for case number COD 26-027 for an order declaring Raspberry Hot Springs at 899 Chinook Road in Idaho Springs, parcel number 1835153000627, a public health nuisance under CRS 25-1-518 and ordering the owner and operator to cease and desist the nuisance.
A second.
Yeah, may I just ask that
Right.
motion include the passage of resolution BOH 26-03?
Yes.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to reference.
Thank you for that.
Very
Thank
good.
you. I second that.
Any further discussion among the board?
No, just this was not a lighthearted decision. These are tough for us.
No,
and-
we
Find your
appreciate your
decision valid.
research.
We agree with you that there's a lot of items that need to be addressed. We can't uphold things like a turnover rate of half an hour, things that are actually illegal.
But we
you know.
want to bring
But
everything.
we want to
into
bring
compliance.
everything to compliance, so we will. One thing I wanted to suggest is it possible to have the CD.
Madam Chair,
I just-
can I ask for clarification? When you asked for
Alrighty,
discussion, was
decision.
that discussion amongst the board or was that?
Yeah,
discussion
it was
including the public?
discussion
Oh, I'm
among,
sorry. I'm sorry.
but,
Um,
I hear you.
Yeah.
And I think the ball is in your court now to get the right permits and, you know, any, clarification you need, you know, feel free to, contact us about it.
Excellent.
So.
Thank you.
Point of discussion I have before we go to a vote is just to express gratitude to our professional staff
Very
team.
much so, yeah.
Thank you.
For the way this, and gratitude for the applicant. You spent a lot of time and energy on this, and so I just want to express some gratitude. You're not the applicant, I'm sorry, that's
Owner operator.
Mr. Ginsburg.
We appreciate the opportunity to.
I wouldn't have even caught it. Legalese, yep.
To resolve concerns and like you said, have a clear path to compliance. This is actually all we've asked for this whole time. That's all we've ever.
Madam Chair, so we just need the vote and,
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
all right.
This is.
So does the board want to take a break? Do you want to conclude as the Board of Health adjourn the Board of Health meeting and then intend to come back as the Board of County Commissioners?
Absolutely. The Clear Creek County Board of Health has concluded its hearing and will be taking a break after which, for 10 minutes, after which we will come back as the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. Thank you. The Board of Clear Creek County Commissioners is back in session. Well, let's see, we are back in session for consideration of approval of the 2027 legislative agenda proposal form to be submitted to Colorado Counties, Inc. George.
Colleagues, we already had a work session on this, so I'll try to be brief. You did receive the written proposal to CCI. The proposal is entitled Diversifying County Revenue. It defines the county revenue problem as one in which almost all counties are affected by. I know we believe that we are, and I think we're correct that we may be the most acutely impacted. It turns out that 52% of counties last year laid off staff, froze wages, and or reduced benefits. So we're very much not alone in this. The solution that's proposed is to find a solution. And I think that helps this process merge better with other processes. I know we already kind of discussed all of that. Any questions you have about the language of the submittal itself, please ignore the formatting issues. I thought I had solved all of them. I assure you they will be solved by the time this is submitted. The submittal is actually in a Google document anyway. So there's one thing you'll notice in the form probably that we do have to discuss before we get there. Are you okay with what you've read in the form as presented?
I apologize. I was focusing on this other thing. When did you send that out?
It's right there.
Oh, yeah, this said you have a memo on it.
That's this.
Oh, it's a text.
Oh, yeah, it's just pages 2 and 3.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Okay.
I'm good with it, George.
I'm absolutely good with it. I mean, you've talked about this in general and it makes sense.
Okay. Colleagues, the language itself may change a little bit with your permission, because I'm asking other counties to review and contribute whether they sign on or not. And I've already received a lot of really helpful comments. So if that's okay with you, that the action taken today allows for, obviously within the scope of what we've discussed, changes. So I wanted to check in on with you on that. And then there's one more thing. I see you both nodding, so I think you're okay with that.
Yep.
There is one piece of this form, which is to identify the subject matter expert. And I left it blank out of deference to you, Jody. Typically what CCI wants to see as a subject matter expert is someone on staff listed. You had mentioned that you want to, manage staff bandwidth and make sure that this isn't a big time suck for them. I did discuss this with Colton and Peter, whether they are comfortable being listed as subject matter experts or not. Colton, can you just describe, because you've been listed as a subject matter expert on CCI proposals in the past. Peter, so have you. Can you just help inform the board what you think that means for you in terms of workload? And then I just want to make sure we're all comfortable. If they're not listed as a subject matter experts, the alternative is me, which feels a little brash to call myself an expert.
So generally, in my experience, if there's any questions, they still go through the board. And at that time, they determine how much of my time they want to seek into it. Generally, though, it has not been really a lot of work on these things.
Well, and this is very specific.
Yeah.
So it's not us randomly. This is something that we have all been working on for a while, so.
It's also
I don't
my
have.
hobby horse. I like it. It's my hobby horse.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
What I imagine is, like, as we're evaluating solutions, say a solution comes, looks like it's, the right one. I'll need staff support, making sure that the legal language is right, and making sure, more importantly, I think as we evaluate options, making sure that it's worth it enough to us that we would continue to put energy in. There's a universe where the outcome of this is something that isn't worth a whole lot to us, but has a path. And so we say, oh, go have fun and put in a much lower level of effort.
Well, and I'm hoping that Colton can say, hey, this isn't worth it. We don't want to spend much time on this. If, you know, it's something like that.
Exactly. We'll have to calibrate our own effort. The commitment I'm asking, if other counties sign on, and the commitment that I'm offering, I know we've already discussed this, is that we edit this proposal to what has a real path through the legislature. That we not try to what has been attempted in the past, which is propose things that don't have a path. And by we, I mean really me. So if we're good with all of that, then,
I like that no, just me.
well, I've thrown a lot of ideas out there that had no path. Listen, I don't want to do that again. So, with that, I think we're all good. To summarize, you're okay with this being submitted, or the concept. You're okay with some edits if other counties want some edits that keep the concept the same largely. You're okay with the subject matter experts being on there.
Yep.
Right,
all
and,
true?
and where do they need to go in?
I may not have copied that into this.
Okay, so just make sure you.
Which
you
part? The
Fill out
subject?
absolutely everything.
The
Yeah,
subjects
thank you.
matter.
Subject matter.
It's in the
experts.
front page.
It is on the front page.
Yeah, it's blank.
Oh, yeah, subject matter expert.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Okay,
I couldn't
cool.
find it earlier. Yeah, it's a Google form, so I'll have to re-enter everything later. But the content will be this. So to summarize all of that, I think we're good. I don't know, I don't know the CCI, I know they don't require a recording showing a motion. Are you, Madam Chair?
I'm happy. Would you like to propose the motion, George?
Sure, I move that we submit diversifying county revenue as described to CCI.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion?
Thank you.
No? All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Are we okay with the way he read it?
Yep. Diversifying county revenue.
The motion was to approve the 2027 legislative agenda proposal form. That was the anticipated motion and what was on the agenda. So
Should we clarify that?
why don't we do an extra motion? Just
Okay, we're going to do an extra motion. May I have an extra motion?
I move to approve the 2027 legislative agenda proposal form as described.
To be submitted to Colorado Counties Incorporated.
Right, from Clear Creek County. Thank you.
Second.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Aye.
I just want to thank
All in
Peter for
favor?
making sure this is
Aye.
great.
Thank you.
Aye.
All right. Okay, so who wants to go first? Oh, sorry, let me do this properly. Okay, the Board of County Commissioners has concluded its public matters, and we will now be moving into executive session for the following reasons.
and just to clarify, we will come back to adjourn the public meeting.
Yes.
But for now, the board will move into executive session for the following purpose pursuant to CRS 24640224F for the Board of County Commissioners to meet with to meet for the purpose of discussing personnel matters, specifically to provide and discuss the performance evaluations of the county attorney and the county manager.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we'll go into executive session. No written minutes will be taken, no decisions will be made, and we'll come out to adjourn.
Oh, dang.
Your motion. And it was so beautifully written too.
Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session, out of executive session at which no minutes were taken, no decisions were made, and we are now adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I have my next meeting I gotta get to.
Yeah. Another meeting?